Um... Okay, so I'm just gonna warm up a bit. Maybe I should do a side mission. We can do like a level up and then we can get back to get into Lulu. Because I remember how to play this game. I really do want to play this, do that boss the next day, and then I realized I had no time for it. That was unfortunate. Yep. I don't think I did that very well. You've been playing a lot of Smite lately, really? Oh. Well, Smite 2 weekend next weekend. Let's travel. Do we have? No, we've done all the side missions here. I think. What about this one? I've had a busy week. Crazy. And then my work decided to do their like hanging out thing on the Friday, and I was just thinking, oh my god, like I'm already so busy with workload and they've just taken away one day. HI Gamer Boy. I thought that was Troll. Oh, both of them are with me. Oh, this is one of those. No, you can be busy next week too. Well, exactly. Now I'm just going like I haven't really busy next week. It's gonna take a while for me to work on my workload. You're watching a show. I gotta move my chat. Watching a show about a married sociopath and his detective wife. Show's that? I do complain my work's a bit quiet, I know. I tend to not complain too much when it gets busy, but sometimes when it's like a sustained amount and then it keeps on piling up, I'm like, oh, okay. We can calm down. Please and thank you. Slow it down just a little. Oh yeah, so the photos. We haven't got photos yet. So I went clay shooting yesterday. I remember thinking like it might have been paintball, and I'm so glad it wasn't. I did realize though the day before that it was gonna be clay shooting. So we did clay shooting, and that was interesting. Guns are heavy. And I have very, very sore shoulders today. But yeah, the person, like our instructor, took a whole bunch of photos. They were really lovely. They were an Olympian, apparently. Like a gold medalist Olympian, so that was kind of cool. So I think I came through there. But yeah, so with the clay shooting, I think the first time when we got out there, like when we were learning it, I hit everything except my first and my last shot. And then there were a few trickier shots that I was probably like a hit and miss for a lot of it. And also like the first lot that we did, we used the full-size gun, which knocked the wind out of me. Like they were, like it hits you so hard. But I found them easier to aim in comparison to the girl guns or like the lighter guns that we used afterwards. Yeah, I guess that's it. Does it send us back now? No. Yeah, lower caliber guns. I don't know what to call it.
Many demons fell to our blades today, and all thanks to your courage.
You know, it's funny. His sister started killing a bunch of people and he got the blame for it. I don't know what show you're talking about. You found a shorts for me? Like a
Protecting
video?
the weak and reprimanding those who would abuse their power. That is justice in its purest form. I shall remember what you have done here, always.
Our demon-slaying duties are done! Now to get back and have ourselves a feast!
Oh, it's a Korean show. Got it. Got it. I don't think I have another side mission. Hey, Batman. Alright, let me just get enough for another level. Not me mashing the circle button already. How many hours does it take you to complete the game? I don't know how many it normally takes. Probably a while. 60? 30? Probably 30 for me. It's a sizable game, I assume. I don't know, I need someone to give me that answer. I feel like I'm roughly around about the halfway point. I'm running out of weeks to finish this too. No one can in 30. It's not 30? Oh. Why can't I hold it? Oh, that's how it works. Okay, I can level up. But yeah, I was meant to do the new Elden Ring DLC next month. And I'm still toiling away this year. Bionicle, hello.
Hi Danny, I missed you. Divane leveling coast
Thanks so
cameras
much for the
Divane wave.
resub. I'm leveling up now. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you've been okay. Alright, are we ready for the boss? We've warmed up. How's my lawn going? It's Struggle Street. We're up to Lubu. He's tough. Are we ready? Not really. Ah, so disappointed when I couldn't do it last week.
Fly, red hair.
That's right. Red hair, that's the name of it. Oh wait, that's it. We used to block. I've forgotten. And I've meant it. Oh my god, I've lost it. I've forgotten how to play this game. Alright. There we go. I cannot spam that circle. It will punish you. Alright, we get him off it. We did. Oh, I forgot about the horse. Oh, I got hit by that. Guan Yu is ready to assist you. I do not want the help of Guan Yu! I'm sure he's ready.
Don't get carried away.
True. Oh no. How have I forgotten how to play this game? How have I forgotten this boss? In 1 week. I cannot. Free loop. Your mom has surgery today. Oh, I hope she's okay. Hope surgery went well. But I'm just sleep training. That only works if it's like from one day to the next, not from a week to the next. I knew I was screwed when I realized I didn't have time the next day.
Fly, red hair.
One's always. Yeah, well, busyness comes and goes. You know, because I stream like 3 times a week, it does take up a lot of spare time. No, bugger. Oh, I did not get that. I'm trying to get out. I need a help. No. Ooh. Okay. This is really gonna go up into the 200s. Do you think I'm gonna get it before 250? Do you think? First playthrough? Oh yeah. First and only playthrough, midnight. No, ignore Guan Yu. We don't want his help.
Away. Do you wish to die?
He's just a helpful guy. I don't care. So I've done this boss last week, and I was so close to defeating him but didn't in the stream. And I'm just trying to remember. Oh, I hit screenshot of all buttons. Oh. Okay. Trying to far out. I don't know why I struggle so much with like just playing games. Far out. I can do it, don't worry. I won't do this before 200. Oh my god, I don't have a thing on the screen. Guys. We did this last stream. Okay. Anything new? Not really, actually. Yeah, don't worry, we know how to dodge into him. It happens. Ow. Alright. This one is 50-50 on if I get it or not. Oh. Oh, okay. So not like it's like I've forgotten how to play this game now.
Don't get carried away.
How many hours did I spend on this? And I like I'm doing it all over again.
But how?
I kinda need him to move. Here we go.
Red hair. It is rare that you desire blood, so.
Yep. Oh, I stuffed it up. You're all in! No! Fire out, you guys. I gotta beat him before 230? Okay, 230. It might be doable. I haven't been doing this. I forgot about it. Oh, there's just 2 shots there. I don't know why I'm staying in the middle. I forgot the horse is not here. He's on the horse. Yeah. Forgot how to play. We can do it before 230, I reckon. We're not in pain today. We can do this. What else can I blame it on? Being tired? My sore shoulders. That gun was so heavy, guys.
Fly, red hair.
I am in pain. In my shoulders. I just realized my title on that platform says, I need help. Not that kind of help. Otherwise, I would have won you here. I guess. Alright, there we go. Oh no. Oh, I hit the block the first one, but not the second.
Don't get carried
Keep
away.
hitting too early, guys. Hitting the circle too early, guys. Ow. Nope, didn't hit on that. Oh my god, I haven't had time to work on that commission all week. Ironical. Feels so bad. There we go. Something happens. We haven't even gotten to my halfway point. Damn it. Yeah, this is the boss I saw you playing. When I saw him, I was like, oh, I recognize this guy. I almost defeated him last stream, but I wasn't feeling well, and it broke me. And now I'm out of practice, I've forgotten everything. And I have to learn it all over again. Far out. I'm really stuck on that dash. Oh, I don't feel bad if I take forever on a boss. I feel bad for people watching. You know? One voters believe in me. Thank you.
Fly, red hair.
No, we can do it before 230 deaths, for sure. 230 deaths, we can do it. Ow. Alright, why am I not getting it now? Ew.
But how?
Ugh.
Don't get carried away.
Okay, didn't get that one. Damn it. No. You didn't account for how long it would take to hit 230? These are long fights.
It is rare that you desire blood, so
I'm out of health pot. Ow, frick. I have to get these ones perfect. These like, these red attacks that I keep stuffing up. Maybe let's turn up the volume. That'll help me. I don't know if that ever helps anyone else, but it helps me sometimes. You need to get the timing. Okay, maybe that's a bit too loud.
fly, red hair.
Are you telling me Bartman's the only one that believes that I can do this before 230 deaths? No one else? No. Sucks just a little bit. Oh my gosh! Ah! Fire, it's so good. It was such a good run.
Away. Do you wish to die?
Why? Why didn't it block it? Stop rolling! Okay. I really do hate this dashing and parrying thing being on the same button. It's honestly infuriating. I feel like my mic's a bit close to my face. Thoughts. No. I do have this thing, like once I'm knocked back, I'm kind of knocked back for ages. It's hard to come back. Oh, okay.
Red hair. It is rare that you desire blood so.
Kinda need him permanently like that.
You are no mere soldier.
No! Why? Oh. Okay, stop rolling. You reckon your vote no longer counts? Yep. Keep stuffing those ones up. This is hurting my hand already. I think holding the block hurts. Like that button hitting that hurts my hands. Because I can't grip onto it well. How does everyone else do it? It's like I feel like I can't hold the controller properly.
Away. Do you wish to die?
You never hit block, only parry. I think when I hit block. Yeah. I've heard Lubu is has quite the reputation. Alright. Yep.
Don't get carried
Ah,
away.
frick.
But how? Red hair. It is rare that you desire blood so.
Oh, that was two. Oh. I think I'm getting the hang of that one. Yep. I can't hit the horse. Here we go.
You are no mere soldier.
He's told me I'm a no mere soldier so many times, and yet still, we're here. Ooh, we're stopping up. I'm smashing my buttons, and it's stuffing up. Oh, that didn't get him. No! Why did I get busted there? Ow! I'm out of health. God damn it. Swear. Grr. I need more health. Far out. I wish your like healing ability does more. Why does it do nothing? Is there a way I can make it do more? It does almost nothing. I don't know. I don't understand these wizarding abilities. Use heal before you execute. You only get like 2 executes. So you get like that much for free. Is that a crazy question to not have more? Is that all you get? Like this is making me eat. Like I'm like, what's the point of even magic being in this game? Nah, I think that's Garbo. It's like it gives you no kind of reward for it.
Fly, ready.
I didn't ask for help, I asked for help. Hey, Urs. It's another system to confuse the player. Yeah, I agree. Like, even the damaging abilities, I feel like do nothing. Alright. Okay, I didn't get that as well.
Don't get carried away.
Alright. It's not my favorite play style. It's like I don't hate it, but there is things that I would prefer, like things that I think would make it better. Far out. The thing that I hate in this game and why it feels clunky is the parry is on the dash and it's kind of annoying. It is annoying. And I wish that wasn't how they did this game. A clunky as a hero, yeah.
Fly, red hair.
Yeah, well, I think it's on purpose. I think they're trying to be like, oh, your punishment for pressing the parry button too much is dashing. Like, it does stuff things up. That didn't work. Oh. I touched too early. Sorry, I should have used the thing. I used it a little while ago, but I couldn't get closer to him.
You are no mere soldier.
Yeah. Far out! Every time that happens, I'm really annoyed. Oh, shoot. Heal. It's a hero wannabe game. A bit, yeah. I think it's fine to be inspired by a different game. Yeah. Why do they make his health red? Does that mean anything? Come on, get him off the horse. Okay, I swear this tiger needs to do more.
You have my interest now.
I don't think he changes movesets. It's at 230, not 200. It's for a distraction. That's so late. Oh, the amount of times I've gotten it to that point and I can never like just do it. I need like another health pot. But please. Don't say that. Thanks guys, thanks.
Away. Do you wish to die?
Ugh, the adrenaline! That's really annoying. I can't. Why does adrenaline exist? Oh, I missed. Fire up. I dodged. Oh, okay. Got hit by both of those. I'm shaking, like still from my last one. It feels horrible. A duo Millennia fight afterwards? Yeah, I can't write. Great value Elden Ring. Are you talking about this game? This game's okay. It's like... At least it's affordable now. But it's definitely not everyone's cup of tea. Oh, that was 200. You talking about Crash Bandicoot? Did you play Crash Bandicoot 4? That was hard. Sometimes I kind of want to play it again. Ow. He wanted to break everything I owned because Elden Ring. Wait, because Elden Ring was frustrating? Oh, freaking hell. You can't afford bad games. You haven't played them since 8. Are you talking about Crash Bandicoot still? Okay, I cannot get that one! This is not Elden Ring, no. It's way long. I know Elden Ring has people on horses, but it's not.
Don't get carried away.
Alright, this isn't the run. I need like a break after that last one that I almost got it. I'm having an Elden Fling. Can I please get that one? Ugh. I wasn't the run, I was kind of over that run. Hello. You always go past this, but you always wondered if it was good. Oh, this game. It's like... I think it's just not rated very highly. It's not bad. It's not a bad game, but it's a little clunky. So I think... I started playing this when I was kind of out of new games to play. So I was like, I'll go through my backlog, because this was in my backlog, so that's why I played it. But it is cheap. Well, I got it for 50, and I thought that was a decent price. Because I was considering this or Ronin, and Ronin was 110, and I didn't feel like that. Sorry, I'm shaking my hands because I'm trying to get rid of the shakes. It was your first actual Souls game, and you hated it. Elden Ring was so many people's first Souls games. You stopped being friends with the person who recommended you play it. I almost don't believe you. Oh my god. Try not getting hit. I will try. Was it your first Ars? I didn't realize that. Do you have a neuro issue? I'm just shaking it out now. I had a lot of... I had a run where I almost got him, and then like I got my adrenaline up. And now it's just... It's hard to get that out. That's way long. I think the next time I try, like I'm that close, I need to wait till they're off his horse for the last time to bring out my spirit animal thing. I don't know if that's an offensive term with the animal, but you know what I mean. No! I was just shaking it out! I'm all shaky now. It's like, I don't know if you've ever played in a tournament or something. Even anything ranked. Oh, far out. I get the, you know, the gamer nerves. And it makes things hard. You gonna do competitive chess? What would it... Do you get that feeling in competitive chess? Yeah, fire, this is not a run. Finally I got that though. I do need to go back into focus mode too. Do you even need those points for anything? People have better to their points. You used to get insanely nervous? Yeah. Oh my god. I played chess like the other day. Someone wanted to play me in chess. I don't play chess. Is Germania still here? I don't think so. And then I would do a move and he would just be like, so why did you do that? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how to play chess. I already got him in half health. Oh, what is this slashing stuff? Oh my gosh. I'm rolling so much right now. Ah, shoot. Henny, not? I need more help. I saw her. Oh. I didn't realize how close I was. Because it didn't do well at the start. Guan Yu gives you more max health. Shh. Shh. Shh.
Fly, red hair.
No, Guan Yu. I'm just gonna do this more. We're gonna... with that little bit of HP. I know you're being serious. I'm assuming Guan Yu gives you more health. He heals in Smite, why wouldn't he heal here? That's how it works, right? Why was he not facing me?
It is rare that you desire blood, so.
Yeah. Yeah. God damn it. I mashed it. Yeah. Am I gonna save Smite OCE next week? I hope so. Son of a bitch. Sorry. God damn. Ah. Turn so quickly. No, we're getting Lu Bu tonight. Smite OCE next weekend. I don't think we're getting Q timers. That's my guess. I reckon we're still on customs. And you know, I don't reckon if we went into Q timers, I don't know if it'll work out very well. For sure it'll be 2 customs. I don't think there's that many people playing on Australia servers. Well, because I think people will be waiting for too long trying to get a game if they were just in a queue timer. And then they'll get fed up and leave. Then if people were organising the custom games. Alright. That's my theory anyway. Oh shoot, I thought I was trying to use my heal. So I thought I had the thing. An opening.
But how? Red hair. It is rare that you desire blood so. You are no mere soldier.
Nope. He's back on the horse. To your horse. Dashing. Alright, we're gonna be patient, guys. What are we gonna do? Be patient. Be patient. Okay. Yeah, that missed. The freaking horse! Ah. Why? Why did he do? I can't even talk. Why did he do 10 million things in a row? Ah! Is my mic cutting out? I feel like I'm yelling. Where is my mic volume? There it is. More moveset. Thank you. Oh, Elden Ring DLC. Yes. My mic is all good? Okay. Ah! I was waiting to be able to heal. And then I was gonna bring out my thing. Our game plan. I don't need it on you. What the hell? I'm hitting the buttons. Ew. Oh my god.
But how? Red hair. It is rare that you desire blood so.
Oh. Thank you, Marshmallow. Nope. Ah, fire out. Why am I losing it? Fire out. Let me reset. Okay, there we go. No, we're not. Oh, fire out. I am on fire. This is not good. Don't like it when he uses to. I know. I had a good while there where I couldn't do anything. Like I just wanted to reset and...
You are no mere soldier.
Okay. Okay, stick him as short. Okay. I have no health again. Nope. Guan Yu is bringing his horse to make it even. Boo! I don't know why Jim Media keeps telling me to not pursue Lu Bu. Is it the quote? Must be a quote in another game.
Fly, red hair.
Oh my god, I got hit. Boo! Okay. And I draw, just dash into it. Okay, and then I don't get that one either. Just the one with all the misses. Okay. I'm about to blame everything on controller latency. That's the only reason I could be missing these.
But how? Red hair. It is rare that you desire blood so. You are no mere soldier.
Damn it. Oh. This is a part where I'm trying to reset, right? And then Oh, he goes again. Oh my gosh, I hit the button though! Ugh. This game sucks, bro. Ugh. God damn it, no health again. Yeah, I have played Neo. I played Neo 1 and 2. I quite liked them. Oh my god. Stop dashing. I thought I used my health thing. These are such long rounds. Surely, eventually, I won't stuff up in the middle. Eventually. Marshmallow Man, have you played this game before?
Fly, red hair.
God damn it. Sometimes I find myself far out. Mashing the attack button. Or something. Try tiger at the start. Is there an animal that gives me health? Instead. I didn't think I could get tiger in the same round. That one took a while. I do not know why. Fire out! Heal, please. I'm already out of health. Like 2 left. Maybe there's a better weapon out there for me. I kind of committed to this one. I don't know why.
Red hair. It is rare that you desire blood.
Oh my god. When did it stop?
But how?
Oh, I didn't have my healing thing. I do like longer weapons. I never enjoy a dual sword setup.
You are no mere soldier.
Oh shoot. Yeah, this doesn't feel like a run. How about dual monitor? Is that a joke? You don't do. I have 3 monitors. Do I have to get rid of one? Yeah. Oh. Oh. Thanks, Jake. I appreciate it. You have 3 monitors and you can't afford to upgrade your computer. Monitors are expensive. Have not bought Woylong, but will do once it's on sale. Yeah. It's like, Woylong is okay. It's not the best, but it's been okay so far. It is, like, I got it on for $50, which I thought was a pretty decent price. And it wasn't really on sale, that was just its price. I feel like it was kind of cheap. Germania, it's less about if I can or can't afford to upgrade my computer and more about the work involved. And so I'm waiting for my work's laptop to come in and then we'll get the ball rolling. The monitor costs you around $700. Oh, but you got like one of those widescreen ones. Yeah, I do need a better monitor for this one. The main one I use is, I don't know, it looks bad. It just looks bad. The colors are bad. Visually it's bad. But it's not important. And this is, like, I work from home. A graphic designer, work from home. Which I think is funny. And everything I'm looking at is like, why is it banding? Why are my gradients banding? Why doesn't that look black? How's it going, Bubba? That was insanely quick. Fire out. I honestly get really annoyed when I don't get that one. Because I feel like it's a pretty easy one to get. Maybe I'm wrong. I need to get out of the way. Oh, he started to hit square as a block button. Can you believe it?
Don't get carried away.
Oh, dude. When do I stop playing good? Here we go. Gosh. I did it again. Oh, God. Oh, again? I'm trying to get my second thing, but it's not happening! Ah! Trying to get the second limb thing, like, what do you call it? The visceral attack? The name? Grr. My word is too short. Like, well, your woe is too long. I have a live monster in my art room, and I like it.
Away. Do you wish to die?
I feel like it's good if you like have either a 1 monitor setup. Mostly, it's good for like a 1 monitor setup. Is it because I'm knocked down? No, I missed.
Don't get carried away.
Alright, get out.
But how? Red hair. It is rare that you desire blood so. You are no mere soldier.
Oh shoot. Heal. Ah, shoot.
You have my interest now.
Is this hard to see?
All elixir has been sent to Maywu Fort.
That summon does not. What do you mean? I've been using that tiger.
Liu Bu has escaped!
Oh, it's way long. It's way long. I didn't even know what's going on. Okay.
Surely not.
That was so hard. The tiger barely does anything. And if anything, it probably made it worse. I was like, man, I can't see what's going on. There's a tiger in the way. And it's way too long. Did it? Okay. They pursued Lobu. I missed it. Prediction result is yes. Congrats, Bartman. Are you now rich? Now we can move on. You made 10k. Is that it? After betting everything?
And withdrawn to Maywu Fort.
Our capital of 200 years. My men and I are going after Dongzhou, even if it's only us.
You'll have to count me out
What's
on
my
this one.
count?
Something
Wait.
urgent has come up.
Wait a moment. Some of us must stay and help the
Hello,
people.
Daniel. Alright, it's movie time.
Please. Allow Jen to ask the same, my lord. The only one who can set this situation right.
For once, I'm looking forward to just running around and killing random stuff for a bit. And not a
It's
boss.
you, my warrior.
Why do I have white stripes? I should get rid of that. Dude, I barely got I don't know what you call them again. Your souls. I barely got anything from Lu Bu. Hello? That's so weird. That's so weird. Because you didn't kill him. I did! What do you mean I didn't? Alright, what do we get? That's... Like, do we get anything better? Oh, Major Amigos, thank you so much for the resub. I got pride and ego. Thanks. But no one ever... Maybe I should upgrade some things. Been wondering if I might as well go to like a mid roll. Can you believe it's been 2 years? Yes. It was like during the panini. Of course. Yeah, I know, and now I'm about to return to Elden Ring. It's crazy that it's been 2 years since Elden Ring has come out. And now they're getting the DLC for it. Like, that's a long time. I feel like I need to run back eventually.
The capital is in such dire even after Lu Bu and
The splendid.
Yeah.
The children starve.
Do you wonder I might end up running back to the base to level a few things up? Oh. They're like, if you go down, you can't go back up. Is that what's happening here? No, you can. Never mind. Don't mind me. Dude,
Seems that you
that
share my
thing?
concern for the people's plight.
I had a lot more health than I thought it would.
Still at risk as we speak. I will go with you, should you wish. I feel powerful now. Ever since completing, ever since doing Lu Bu. Like, don't worry guys, we got it. You're wearing your Burger King guy mascot mask. Your fashion's on point. Not in real life, right? Ow. Okay, we're burning, I get it. Now that is an item of great worth.
A cavalry halberd. Aren't I currently using a halberd? Oh, I gotta read. Oh, Fashion Soul is the way to go. Anything else is wrong. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's not how I play games. Okay, we're burning. We're burning. Let me see this halberd. Wait, I don't think I'm using a halberd. It looks like a halberd. I'm using a I can't say these words. Spetum? And I just picked up a cavalry halberd. I see. If you look good, you will do good. You will just lose coolly. Spetum. Do we have another Spetum? Where they're all kind of low. This one's a 4-star Spetum. Oh, but the A rank. Okay, so not all of them are ranked A on the fire. I don't know how this ranking. You know, like the scaling. There's another lot of things scaled high on the stat that I'm maxing out. I know it doesn't matter very much. Okay. Okay. Continue on this way? Kick down. Okay, he puts a fire out, that's nice. And have you listened a lot to the new album?
Wherever you go, you have been an ally of the weak and the nemesis of
I feel like
oppressors.
favorites are hard to pick
Your
immediately.
chivalry rivals even that of Yun Chung and Yida. We met that day when fighting the Yellow Turbans was an incredible piece of fortune. Speaking of fortunate meetings, the battle at Hulao Pass also saw me rescued by a warrior named Jiao Yun. It truly is mysterious how fates become intertwined.
So
I'd like to
mysterious.
see him again, and hopefully we can fight together with him once more.
I have no idea what's happening in the story. Is that okay to say? I kind of have realized I've lost all bearings on the story. I've still barely been listening to any other music other than Taylor Swift's new album. It's a small problem.
These demons attacking us. Could they have been the city folk?
I don't know about the hedgehog being the city folk.
We must bring an end to these dark times.
Is it a problem? I don't know. I'm sure we go through phases where you just listen to one thing again and again, and then you get over it. There's just so much to digest. Alright. I've got one of these. I'll give it a thing that I don't know if I need. Like this one. This one I leveled up, didn't I? Wait, I accidentally switched it. No. Okay. I think I switched it. No. How do I drop things? Maybe I'm in the wrong section. Maybe I need to be in inventory. That might be it. But then... Right, this is hard. Okay. No, we don't want another... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to take that off. I'm out of facts, guys. I'm out of facts. Let me think. I think, but nothing's coming. Do we need this? No. Let's drop it. I know one. Okay. The first song that Max Martin and Shellback wrote with Taylor Swift was Message in a Bottle. Do I have to really bring this closer to this thing? Far out. It eats resources, not weapons. No, it eats weapons too. Have you not given it a weapon? I've been giving it weapons. Look. Am I crazy? See? And it gave me an official seal. Yeah. I just keep giving it to them too far away. And wasting my time. Because it's kind of clunky to search through everything. I thought they said heat-proof lice. Ooh, what's that?
That is a creature of pure evil.
Yeah, right.
Are we to cross paths with it?
The next boss. Oh, I got rid of its spike. Interesting. You hit it from above, you get rid of its spikes. Makes sense. I already got this one, right? Ooh. Oh, it's an electric dragon. That's nice. So we gotta stay under. Now, bloody oath. Can't stay in one spot for too long. I'm gonna go up there. Oh, here we are. This hurts. How will you? You will take them.
try to do too much.
Dude, this is so OP. God damn. What am I meant to do if I'm getting whacked like that? Ow. It's actually a lot. Anyway, so we've been up here, right? I can't explore. I can't walk at things. Yeah, I missed one. Did I not get this? There was a, I something has to wait. Okay. Oh no, I did get it. It's funny, I thought I was gonna get rid of all these flames here. This hasn't been that fun running away. Alright. Oh, can you not go there from here? Oh, you gotta go from here. Potentially. Oop, I fell. How do I go in there? Can't go in there, okay. This area is so annoying. I hope I can get this dragon soon, and then I can explore.
Were consumed by the flames. I swear it now. I will see the tyrant Dongzhuo vanquished.
Wait. Do I not even fight it? Well, it's 21 and we're 5, so I don't think. Maybe if we raise our... what do we call it? The number above my health bar. We have to be above 25, and then it will be easy to get. Oh wait, isn't that a thing? Or maybe not. No. Nope. Sorry. I choked on breathing. I'm hydrating again. Someone at work was like convinced that they were sick yesterday, so now I'm looking forward to finding that one out.
foe's strength surpasses my expectations.
Ah. This is a door, right? It is. I wonder what's in here. Oh, it's a red thing. We haven't got it yet. A few things in here. Yeah. Why can't I reach it?
We should not expect a quick victory here.
Yep. Immediately got hit.
I have failed. How shameful. I am in your debt.
This is not going well.
We need to regain our momentum.
Let's just bring out our tiger thing. Our tiger's missing.
I cannot die yet. Not here.
Oh, what do you do? Seems a bit hard.
Sorry. My forces spent. I let myself be overwhelmed there. My apologies.
How do I... Ah, shoot. Don't my allies have abilities that I can get them going to use? I might have to come back.
This foe's strength surpasses my
Yeah.
expectations.
It's probably too hard. Ah, back here. How joyful. Okay. Lovely. I'm gonna run through. There's one over there. I can't go on that side yet, can I? Mr. Trust. Oh, but you can go down there. This one's a banger. What do you mean, the game? Oh my gosh! Wow, my... Oh my gosh. This area is rough. I am trying to raise my morale in this area. I wonder if there's anything that I've missed. I'm sure there's a ton that I've missed. There's one here. Ow! Rough, rough. Alright, get that one. You can get this. That would be nice. Have you played this game before, Daniel? Oh, no. Take it down. Oh, I don't think I was gonna get hit there. From the lightning. Alright. Kind of annoying that these things don't get affected by the lightning. Lovely. Nothing in there that I can get. Ow. How do I get up there? I feel like I'm in a storm in Breath of the Wild, or, you know, you get what I mean. Oh, from all the way over there, I think I have to run down. Let me see. Or is that the end of the line? No. Okay. And here we can get this one. Brick. Okay, now I can kick that one down. And now I can deal with this section. Ooh, a dragon vein crystal. That was worth. Now I don't know how to deal with that thing. If there is a way to deal with it. You don't? Really? Do I not have a bow equipped? I just try to shoot and then, oh, nothing happened. How do they know that's where I'm going? It's actually so annoying. It's kind of constant.
We need to regain our momentum.
Yeah. Back here we go. To refresh. And we'll continue on. I think I dealt with this one. Oh wait, there were these things here. Yeah. Forgot about them. Oh, that's right. This thing hits for like 1,000,000.
This foe's strength surpasses my expectations.
Okay, lovely. You know, that guy. I suppose you have to jump down from somewhere to get to that one? Fire out! This thing's hard! This whole area. It's a bit of a maze. A bit convoluted. Oh, there's like sewerage or something down here. Can you step in it? You can. Okay. It's not a Dark Souls game. I got an item I might like to use. Did I? Did I get a Dragonbane crystal? Oh my god, I did. I didn't equip it. That's it. Excellent. This area is large. Yep. Oh dear. Stop rolling! That's good. I know I'm pushing the roll button, but still. Okay, so there's a pathway here for an item. Some leather. Anything else down here? Yes. One of these. Raising that fortitude. Maybe another one here. Hopefully. I went to go talk to them and then nothing happened.
General Swen was deeply saddened by what happened here.
Oh, was he?
However, urgent news arrived from Shenyang, and he set off alongside young master.
As for what notice we were brought to, neither of us know. However...
I realized I started to talk to them and then I don't know. I don't know. Well. Starting off well. Why did the music start? Oh, there's an invasion. Raging brute. Did I turn off the... No, I turned off my Wi-Fi to my PS5 because I got tired of the PC, the Wi-Fi notifications. Oh, he's got a thing. I couldn't see it because it's like on this ledge. Alright, we got him. So do they just add random revenge things if you're not connected to the internet? Oh. This seems tough.
We need to regain our momentum. We should not expect a quick victory here.
No, I mean we failed on the last go. Ooh, I threw it back. That was kind of cool.
Sorry, my force is spent.
Force is spent.
I am in your debt. This foe's strength surpasses my expectations. My strength fades.
Oh, let me get out. Heal, please.
Your valor has been made evident.
And we get a thing here. Excellent. Was that the same? That was the same enemy that I struggled with. I don't know if it's the same guy though. Might be another one. Whoa! Oh. That's fun. Do this one real quick. I can't heal. Wait, how do I switch? There it is. Oh, I didn't realize I got hit there.
This foe's strength surpasses my expectations.
Alright, quickly raising up that fortitude. Not bad. We can probably heal. I heal here. Level up here. I'm realizing how much more it takes to level up now. And I don't know if I should be taking more care with those choices. Is this one bugged? Ah. How did all this happen?
I believe there may be something around here.
This door can only be opened from... Oh, you have to go up. Okay. Let me deal with that in a moment. Let's level up. Oh, I do have one of those. Okay. Hey. Oh, it's back. That's nice. Okay, so that thing doesn't permanently go away. I thought it would. Silly me for assuming. Alright, what's in here? Surely something's in here. This guy. Is that it? Yeah, there's another one. I was not prepared for that one. Ooh, there's some gauntlets. No, it's even better. Just gonna ignore the bird. And we go this way for that fortitude thing. On the ledge. Oh wait, there's one in here. Oh. Oh, let's snap. Thank you. The resub. Yeah, there's one right here. Alright, excellent. So we have one more marking flag and two more like mini battle flags. How are you? Oh, there's a... How dare it. I wanted to jump scare you. Cold? I mean, fair enough. The weather's chilled up. Now I'm wearing all the jumpers. What temperature is it there? Here it's like 12 degrees. 10? Okay, so around about the same. Yeah, I have a message that I have to respond to. Just realized. Yeah. Oh, we're back here. Okay, now I understand where we are. Where are the other flags? How do you know? How do you know where they are? Okay, we've already dealt with you. Oh wait, we're back. Okay. I was thinking I should go back around there, actually. The other way. Yeah. I don't actually want to fight him. Yeah. Honestly. Not even the point of dashing. No! I need to go back there. Don't really know the best way. Is there no fall damage? No, there is fall damage. Is that fall damage? I don't really want to deal with that guy. Okay, good. I don't have to. I need a... Ooh. Wait, did I see what's up here? Oh, okay, we've already come around. So we want... I want this area. This area is rough. Okay, his morale is now 11. Not 17 like it was before. Why did his go down though? How does that work?
With this, we are on the way to victory.
That was 6. Hello, current. That was 6 battle flags or whatever they are. I can't remember the names of them. But you got the big ones and the small ones. I've learned, and you kind of got to get them all in order to do the boss comfortably. Yeah, I'm good. Had a couple of busy days, so now I'm chilling. Do you know Sifu? I do, and I never played it. It's very far down the backlog. It's like, it never really interested me. I did look at it a little bit when it first came out, and then I wasn't sure on it. But I might revisit if I kind of run out of other games to play. Yeah, because it's like a kind of like a, what do you call it? Like it's a combat game, but you're like, it's with your fists, right? Like you're fighting people. I don't know what the orange and the red on the map mean. It's fun, but super annoying and hard. Wow, you're really selling it. Oh, yeah, I don't know about 2 of these, eh? Ow. Oh my gosh, okay. Wait, why am I focusing on this one? Ah! Slightly annoying. Yeah, martial arts, that's it. Yeah. I mean, I'm not against it, but I do have some games on my backlog currently. Like at the moment I'm playing that Hellblade game, the new one. I'll finish that the next time I stream it. And then I want to play the Crab Souls game. But I'll probably do that after Elden Ring, the new DLC. And I have this game to finish. So we got a lot at the moment. And I still do want to play Stellar Blade as well, which is a whole other game. My whole year is booked out, I swear. Play Counter-Strike with Sammy B? Do I know who Sammy B is? He's the best Oz CS streamer. Oh, I see. Unfortunately, I don't play CSGO. It's just... I have tried CSGO before, I just don't like it. Oh shoot. Do people still play CSGO anymore, or do they play that new one? Nah, it's fine. I know I don't like the game. I've played it a whole bunch of times before. What is with that little ledge bit? CSGO 2 replaced 1. So it did replace it. Okay, I was wondering if they ended up replacing it. No! I don't like shooters like that. Like, if I'm playing a shooter, I like shooters that are more like Overwatch or something. Which Valorant would be closer to, but still. Nah. Do I want to? No. Not really. Alright, I'm still missing a flag thing. Oh, I could have done that, but I really... whatever. I don't know where I've missed the other flag. What does the orange stand for? Oh, is this the one that killed me last time? I think so. That's what the orange stands for. Danny hates having to wait after she dies. What do you mean? Oh, right, you're talking about the game, like CSGO. No, it's like... shooting, so like Halo is fine, right? Because it feels more arcadey, but CSGO is just, it's not arcadey. It doesn't feel arcadey. Everything happens too instantly, and then it's also very serious. Like, I feel like you have to be in comms, and there's a lot of strategy and all that garbo. And I don't want to do that. And it's also, like, I don't know. I'm pretty, like, I'm not keen to play that game as a woman, not gonna lie. I don't want to be in, like, comms talking to people. No, thank you. Oh, wait, I can level up. Let's go do that. So rare to level up. And then I level up on the same thing. I'm gonna go forward and see if the one that I'm missing is down this way. And then if not, then I'll go, oh wait, this isn't. If not, then I'll go all the way back. I feel like this isn't going forward. Have I lost my bearings? No, this is correct. This is what I was after. I could have gone over the bridge now that I noticed. Now that I remember there was a bridge. There's nothing down there. It was this one. That I've already done. And this is the
sense a
boss.
tremendous malice. Be on your guard.
Okay. So there must be one that I've missed. Maybe we backtrack. The boss might not be too bad. Oh, hey. Okay. What if the one that I've missed is the one where, like, where the dragon is? That I didn't do. Maybe we'll go back there. Nope, not here. Or is it? Did I explore much this way? Let me run through.
This path is treacherous. Do not allow your mind to wander.
This path is treacherous. You must listen to Taylor Swift. Excuse me? Alright, I found the one that I was missing, which is great. There we go. We're fortitude up. Let me have a quick exploration of this area because it doesn't seem like I've done it. Does Barman play Ballerine? Or is this back at the start? It might be. Yeah, maybe it's like a circle. That's not crazy. Crazy to think. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Alright, we're back at start. Continuing on. Over the bridge and far away. Only with his ex. Barman has an ex? I just never heard you talk about, like, any kind of ex or partner. Alright, boss time. I didn't mean it in a burn way, I was being serious. I was like, oh. I didn't know. Oh, I've already been that way. You realize? No. You guys are loyal to me and me only. Alright, what's here? You?
I am glad.
Wait, is that the dragon?
For in the moment of your death, I will allow you to bear witness.
Oh. Okay.
To the power of a dragon's elixir field.
I wasn't serious, guys, please.
If he absorbs the demonic chi of the entire land, perhaps then the ultimate elixir can be forged.
That's a bit big. What the frick? What the hell is that? It's like the other thing we versed. What the hell is that? Oh my gosh, how is this an even worse abomination? What? I actually didn't get it. Okay, cool, lovely. I do prefer the human-sized bosses more than the giant ones. But alas, here we are. Oh, okay. Oh, you can throw these back. Okay, that's cool. Ow, that has range. Alright, that's nice. Oh, that has a thing that you broke. Does it do more damage after you break it? Is that what this thing is?
This foe's strength surpasses my expectations.
Ow. Alright, now we get out of the fire.
My strength fades.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, my force is spent.
That was a challenge. Wait, oh my god, they've dropped a whole bunch of minions. That's fun. Isn't it? How fun is that? Sarcasm.
You try to do too much.
Alright, where is the thing? Dude, this thing takes forever to get to. I should have also used my health thing first. Oh dear. Okay, these things are back. Oh! Alright. That was one round. Takes a bit of time. I'm almost like tempted to go back and level up my weapons because I don't think that's been done. And I wouldn't mind doing a little bit more. Hidden village, yes, please. It feels like I did so many weights yesterday. And I did not. Okay, this way. No, this way. No. I always forget which way it's meant to be. No. Neither. This twisty vine. Alright, let me go and...
Welcome!
I guess we have to salvage a bunch of stuff. I am playing this on the PS5, yeah. Yeah. I heard that the video options on the PC isn't good. So I definitely opted for the PS5 version. That has been what I've been doing lately anyway, is that if the game is available on the PS5, I do prefer PS5. Yeah, I know, 50%, and I don't think that's because the game is bad. I don't think it's 50% because the game is bad. I think it's because it's unoptimized and people can't play it. But then again, there are a lot of people that like probably struggled in the game as well. Like a lot of people rate games badly if they didn't stick with it or if they got frustrated because it was too hard. So I could be wrong. So how much is this? 1, 2, 4, 1, 3, 15. This one is 348. Apparently. A D minus. Don't have issues with the performance from what you've seen of the demo. You would still not recommend it. You really didn't like this game, huh? I just feel like I have the same, like, two same weapons. Where's this one? 6-1. 2-6-1. That's on the +5. You do not hate it, you just don't think it's worth 105. Is it still 105? It's definitely not worth 105. Yeah, why is your regional pricing so bad? I feel like my regional pricing is usually pretty fair. Some games here and there feels like it's more like another $10 or another $20 on top of what it would normally be. Let's get into these. Wait, did I... Oh my god, I've just favorited them all. Ah! No, how do I undo? Okay. Ah, yeah, man. I hate that. I just did that for so many. Just trying to get rid of all the stuff. It takes so long. I want to get rid of it all. Okay. Check. Check. Okay, we're checking. I'm gonna mash through it. I'm mashing through it. I've skipped a few. 1, 2, skip a few, 99, 100. Alright. Yeah. Go away. Lovely. So it's because Switzerland is wealthy? That doesn't make sense. Shouldn't it just be like, it should be the same amount? Is it wait, no, it can't be import taxes because it's digital. That's just so weird. It should just be the same amount, but converted though, right? I thought it was a bikini. I was like, is that a bikini? There's a bikini in this, apparently. No, I don't know what I had. Oh, give me back what I had. I wish you can undo. Where's the undo button? This game really thinks I can remember things. I think it was this one. That looks right. It's definitely that style. Alright, let's keep going. Hello, Patrick. Well, yes, but if you do it like that, poor regions have the issue where the games will cost like half a month's salary. Oh, right, I see. True. Oh, we went in trouble. There's a cute anime on Netflix, Dungeon Meshi. Oh, you liking it? I was literally thinking this morning. About how Crunchyroll is horrible. It is a horrible company. They literally monopolized anime in Australia. And it sucks. And that's what I was thinking about this morning. But Netflix has a lot of anime, so, I mean... maybe. Imagine not pirating. I watch everything on my phone, Oris. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna come around to Crunchyroll. I think it's just horrible. I want to see Crunchyroll suffer, same. I would sooner, and I don't pirate, I would sooner pirate than get a Crunchyroll subscription. I want Crunchyroll to suffer. Crunchyroll, Funimation, whoever the hell they are, that whole big conglomerate that they did. No. We were perfectly happy with our anime lab. Yeah, well that's the thing, they didn't even give us a better product. They gave us a, like, fundamentally worse one. And they kept being like, oh yeah, like, we'll have the entire catalog on Crunchyroll. Come over to Crunchyroll. And then I would look up the animes I'm watching and I'd be like, what are you talking about? Like, none of it is there. Why? Lowering the stream quality over time. I was having issues with Funimation, which was probably routing issues to be fair. But I was having issues where it wouldn't let me watch anything for like a month and I gave up. That was the last straw. Not that Funimation exists anymore anyway, as an app. Get rid of it. I haven't really been paying attention to this fight. I feel like 4 is easy. The other is not. Yeah. It does so much. Bloody hell. I used to use Kiss Anime. Does that still exist?
Not here.
Back when I was unemployed. Okay. Wow. I'm very bad at noticing when those are coming at you.
Victory is there for the taking.
Not really, but why do you have hope?
I have failed. How shameful.
Victory's there for the taking, eh?
I am in your debt.
Is it doing it now? Yeah.
This foe's strength surpasses my expectations.
It keeps making sounds like it's doing something, and then it doesn't. Ow. I had a good time. Oh, never mind. No tigers. I hit my tail. The tail hit me, sorry. He hit my tail. Oh wait, you can parry that? Oh, snap. I didn't know! I don't know where he is. No, I missed. No, I missed twice. And there was another one. I can, like, I'm recognizing when it's happening, but I'm too slow when the update. When the red spheres are coming towards me. No.
This foe's strength surpasses my expectations.
I didn't recognize it that time. Yeah, sit back. Oh my god, this doesn't feel like a good run now. So hard to tell.
My strength fades.
Here now? No. Let's bat some things out. Now. This is what we're meant to be looking out for. It's annoying because they're hard to see when they're doing it, when you're under its legs.
I'm sorry. My force is spent.
I thought that was been plenty of time.
I am in your debt. We need to regain our momentum.
Oh, I didn't see it. That's so hard to see! Oh my gosh! That wasn't it. Ah, visibility is horrible in this boss fight. Everything is red, and there's like red orbs flying toward you. Well, devs are like, that's the point. One of them. But call me crazy, I feel like I see less people talking about anime now. Is it just me?
We need to regain our momentum.
Both of them. Ow.
I cannot die yet. Not here.
Man, you're posting so much art.
I let myself be overwhelmed there. My apologies. This foe's strength surpasses my expectations. My strength fades.
How does that hit me? It's not even close.
I'm sorry. My
Again?
force is spent.
Standing under his feet. My gosh.
In your debt.
one. Alright, where's its face? Oh my gosh. I wonder if it changes up its moves. Oh, it does.
We need to regain our momentum.
Where am I? Oh! Oh my gosh! This is not the funnest fight of my life. Don't think anyone enjoys this. No! I pressed circle. I was just healing. Alright. Ow.
How shameful.
Right. I'm out of health.
I'm in your debt.
You try to do too much.
It comes from nowhere! How am I meant to— oh! I'm trying, Godfather, I'm trying. It's a very boring boss fight. If I was to speak my truth, it's a boring boss fight. The red things come at you from nowhere, right? Like, it makes the noise, so you're like, you know they're coming, but you can't see them visually until they're literally on you. Oh. And it's boring. I'm blank. Anyway. And those jumps, they hit you from so far away. Like, this is like, now I'm trying to— here we go. Unless I just stand to the side and wait for that one attack. That's not the worst thing. He was too easy, they buffed him? Oh, well, thanks. I didn't want him buffed because it's boring. Oh my gosh. There. Okay, doing parry that. No. I'm trying to get more of those.
This foe's strength surpasses my expectations. Die yet. Not here. I have failed. How shameful.
Better you than me, to be honest.
I let myself be overwhelmed there. My apologies.
I don't understand what these green pools do, to be honest. Is there another one? Or is that it? Just the one.
We need to regain our momentum. My strength fades.
Oh my gosh. Ugh.
Stand aside.
Sorry. My forces.
I don't think there's anything you can leverage with the green stuff. Okay. The only thing you can leverage is these things, but they're so hard to... It's so hard to parry. And sometimes when he stomps, you can parry that, but like you can parry his physical move. I think he's whackable. No. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wait.
Try to do too much.
I think these are just things they expect you to take. Like, eat it.
My strength fades.
No, this buff actually sucks. I don't know how we go from Blue Bee to this.
Well then, I will join the fight.
I think he's physically too large, if that makes sense. Or, I don't know. He needs a change and a half for sure. These red things that come out, I don't see the point of them. Okay. Oh, title needs a change. I thought you were talking about the boss. Where should I change it to? True. I'm so bad with title. Not over him. Maybe we switch to the other weapon. I don't know.
This foe's strength surpasses my expectations.
My strength fades.
It's hard for me to tell which weapon does better. I've still been trying to figure that out. Ow. Far out.
I have failed. How shameful.
Oh, I didn't look at the art. I'll do that in a moment. This boss fight is just too long that I forgot.
In your debt.
It really is time consuming for no reason.
Try to do too much. We need to regain our momentum.
What do I do with that thing? It'd be good if, like, maybe a magic thing I did does a lot. Like, does that do a lot?
I cannot die yet. Not here. I'm sorry. My force is spent.
Yeah.
I let myself be overwhelmed there. My apologies. I will take them. Stand aside. This foe's strength surpasses my expectations.
I think it's like, I just need to get those more.
My strength fades.
Nope.
I have failed. How shameful.
Oh, this boss. Just, what the hell? Ah, let's have a look, see. How do we fire in? Fire in. It's very Zelda vibes. Isn't it? Is it Luby 2.0? No, it's not. It's the complete opposite. Better chaos, yeah. Idle. It's just annoying. And I don't have any desire to want to learn the mechanics of this boss because it's not fun. And I'm trying to just get through it. Like I'm brute forcing it, essentially. Yeah, my new strat, I'm trying to get hold of those red stars. If I can. Oh, I missed the second one. So I feel like those do a lot to the poise thing. So I reckon... Ow. Oh, shoot. What am I meant to do with that thing? Okay.
our momentum. I cannot die yet. Not here.
But he did. Can you not parry that?
I am in your debt.
That one, that stomp is parryable. Okay.
I have failed.
Alright.
Shameful. I let myself be overwhelmed there. My apologies.
How fun. So, I'm surpassing Bart. That's nice. I'm surprised he got through Lu Bu and then got to this guy and was like, nope, wait, what? Disappeared for a second. I feel like if I throw one, I get hit by the second one. If there is a second one.
Strength surpasses my expectations.
Kinda troll. You beat this guy? Okay. So it was after this guy.
Try to do too much.
That was a third. That's fun. So even when I get the stars, I get hit by them. What is that dangly thing? Anyone know? Ow.
Victory is there for the taking.
Not really. Takes so long.
My strength fades. Sorry.
Oh my gosh! I hate this game. You can parry both. I've parried both before, but there are so many times where I parry it and then I immediately get hit by the next, and I'm just sitting there like, okay.
Well then, I will join the fight.
It's just kind of driving me insane, to be honest. I don't know, I've gotten to that point twice. It's just so, it takes so long and nothing's happening, but everything's happening at once. Like, does that make sense? No. Ow. Oh wait, I got that one. That was a hard one. You can get that one. Aha! Oh, I didn't see. Oh, there was another one I didn't see. Alright. Oh, shoot. I don't know what the parry thing is for that. Practically ran into it. Oh my gosh!
We need to regain our momentum.
If they're coming towards me, I miss it every time. Back at it again. Missed it again.
My strength fades. Victory is there for the taking. I have failed. How shameful.
I will take them. Stand aside.
The change in voice tone. So sudden. Ow. I got hit by 2 there. Well, 1 and then the second one hit me at the same time.
This foe's strength surpasses my expectations.
Indeed.
Sorry. My forces spent.
Again.
I am in your debt.
There was another one. Didn't get it.
We need to regain our momentum.
Alright, where is its head? Oh my god, where is its head? Guys. Where the fuck is its head? This is its foot. Did my boss just bug itself? Or is this just what I'm meant to do? Oh my god, the head's at the top. What the fuck? Is that normal? Is that what it was meant to do? Tree. Was I meant to use a tree? Tree. Which tree? Holy balls. Okay. Not really a tree, but...
enemy is planning something. Be wary. I cannot die yet. Not here.
You're joking.
Sorry. My forces.
You're joking. There's a Two-Face. This is a Two-Face boss?
I must fall back for now.
This is a Two-Face boss? This is a Two-Face boss? Who said this was easy and then they buffed it?
Well then, I will join the fight.
Fuck's sakes, it is the worst boss fight I've ever played in my life. Potentially, probably not, but it feels like it. It's one of those really bad ones. Why would you want two of them in a row? For Ishin. I think... What is Ish? What was Ishin? Hello, Snack Sparrow. Dude, I'm just gonna... I don't know, I'm gonna go do other side mission stuff. I guess. What else am I gonna do? Sekiro last boss? Yeah, but at least it was fun. That's the difference. That was still fun to do. This boss is not fun to do. Like, difficulty versus you whacking some ankles for half an hour. You know? No, this is my soapbox. I'm gonna be mad if I want. God damn. No, it is a horrible boss. Why would you give us two of them? One was enough. Like, did you hear me complaining about Lu Bu? It was a hard boss. You didn't hear me complaining about it. Yeah, but that's the thing. It was a fun boss, right? Melania was a fun boss. Like, people are talking about her. Is anyone talking about... I don't even know what this thing's name is. Giant Thingo? What a foul dance wasn't fun, to be honest. It was more fun than this. I'm just gonna do some side missions. Because what else can I do? Yeah, freaking hell. Here I am trying to level up. Tauti? Tatui? How's it going? I'm gonna get my stuff back. Are you allowed to read yet, Luke? Ow. That's a mighty count. Thanks. Where's my thing? Oh, it was around the corner. This guy again. It's always this guy. Playing this game way too dang true. It's improving, that's good. I'm gonna go do a side mission. Done all the sub battlefields here. This is what I'm on. This is the other sub battlefield here. So we only got one. Ow. I am so upset about this boss. You can tell because I'm yelling. Interesting room. Oh, see, they just go fun.
Now come at me.
Oh, I missed that.
I felt that one.
The yelling is just for emphasis. Oh, of course they wouldn't take turns. Why would they take turns?
Show me what you've got. What's the matter?
Ow,
Have you reached your limit?
Wait, why does he have a tiger? Am I still fighting the right one?
What I can really do.
Ooh, hello. Okay. Fair enough.
This fight is far from done. I've only just warmed up.
Yep, hit me.
Good move.
Oh, you missed me again. Well, now the first time. Boss. I'm really upset about this boss, this new boss.
To
I
have
have to talk to
bested
one.
the both of us. I think you truly have
gonna let
what
you
it takes
panic.
to lead us out of this nightmare.
There we go. Oh, we got even more stuff. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, but I have like 1,000,001 commissions that I need to work on. Back here, huh? Oh, guess I can level up. Sort by... How do I see what we're being sorted by? How do I sort it by date of obtention? Okay, so these are new. Tiger Fang, Jewel Halberd. Is this this is the one that I would have gotten there? Just one? No, actually. I have a few things. Vicious Tiger Helmet. Is this game on the PS5? Yeah, I'm playing it on the PS5 right now. It does put you in mid-roll. I was like, maybe I need to use a set. Although, is that bad? Wow, I'm wearing a tiger now. Crazy. I feel like somehow it still looks like I'm wearing the same thing. This game doesn't have the thing where if you wear a set, it gives you, like, a special thing. Shimmy sigh. Wait, is this one I'm wearing? I thought I was wearing this one. Not that it matters. Oh, I was gonna level up my fancy new armor for no reason whatsoever. I don't want to do this boss. It's very frustrating. You can do it? Yeah! 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 Needles. Hey, you played this game? I don't know what's a good set. I struggle with the armor and the weapons, because it's the same thing with the other games like Neo and Neo 2. They just give you so much, with so much stats, that I'm like, it's too much. It's too overwhelming for me, to be frank. I'm not gonna sit here and calculate it all, you know? I know you can parry that, and I did it once, but the timing on it is probably jank. I hate this thing. I am worried this thing's gonna make me not want to play anymore. Like, that's how bad it is. That was the first time I've seen that. What if we fight from here? I don't think this is working. I don't know how to do damage. If it's not the feet. Oh, I didn't see it.
We need to regain our momentum.
You just pumped them with the item that raises their affection with you to get 10. Oh, are you talking about your ally person? I think I'm on 3 or 4 at the moment.
I cannot die yet. Not here.
Oh, there we go. So, is that for the boss fight? Yeah, the guy that you're fighting with, yeah. Or is this for the armor? No, I didn't.
I am in your debt.
I didn't know they could give you that stuff. Kinda cool.
This foe's strength surpasses my expectations.
Oh. I mean, this is definitely not the run.
Try to do too much.
I just don't know how I'm gonna get used to this fight. Lu Bu, it's like I feel like there's a pattern of moves you get used to. Like there's a rhythm to it. There we go.
Victory is there for the taking.
Yeah, now I don't believe this, yeah. Victory is there for the taking.
Sorry.
Maybe when he stomps I have to try and get good with the parry thing. No. Yeah, I was trying to parry it. All I did was cartwheel. Oh.
Well then, I will join the fight.
Up. Let's see. I have an oil of awakening. I don't think that's a cup. And smile. Really? You're telling me to smile? You should do what your jumper's doing. Very funny. I will do the opposite. Thank you. It always goes well. Yeah. I will frown. Even more. Just give me frown wrinkles. You're welcome. Why is one easy to do but the other isn't? Like, I feel like I'd spend forever doing the other one. Lovely. I have terrible depth perception if it's coming straight at me, like straight on. Hard to tell where it is. Like this is fine because it came from the side. Oh, there's another one. Okay. No, no, no. There's a reason why. There we go. It always is. 3rd time's a charm.
We need to regain our momentum. My strength fades. I'm sorry. My force is spent.
Alright.
I let myself be overwhelmed there. My apologies. Victory is there for the taking!
This is when there's a tree? This is when there's a tree. You have to run up the tree. This is why they want to be better chaos. Okay. The red on red is so hard to see. It should just be dead
enemy
there.
is planning something. Be wary. I have failed. How shameful.
What the frick? I parried it? What happened? Where is he?
I am in your debt.
I just realized I don't have feet.
This foe's
What do I
strength
do?
surpasses my expectations.
Shoot! Hello? That's a giant arm. Okay, I didn't enjoy that.
I will take them. Stand aside. I have failed. How shameful.
Oh. Huh?
Well then, I will join the fight.
It's making me feel like... Yeah, exactly. It doesn't feel like a difficult boss. It's just annoying. Annoying, not fun. I hate it. It's gross. Everything is red. It's so hard to see some things. Like, why does it even exist? There's something obvious. Yeah, I
My
haven't
stomach's growling. Guess I best go out and hunt.
worked out the second phase very much. I was wondering if I was meant to climb trees at one stage. I don't know if that's a thing. By all means, let me know. No, I don't want to decorate. You can upgrade. Upgrade our tiger sitter. I feel like I've upgraded things a fair few times. Ah, cool. Hey, can I upgrade? Do I have any of the cups? No, I looked. Which is why I just upgraded a whole bunch of stuff. I was like, cup? I don't see a cup. I have Oil of Awakening. No. The water? No. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I've missed it somewhere. Or maybe there's a side mission I haven't done.
I could use some more sleep. Maybe
Okay.
I'm overworking.
Okay. Yeah, go to sleep, man. Yeah, maybe I missed it. Yeah, I can upgrade. No, I don't have enough. What's the other thing that I'm using? I cannot upgrade my weapons. Okay, well, I guess that's everything upgraded. Yep. Alrighty, back to it. Because what else am I meant to do? A lot of options. Sometimes something that annoys me with the submissions as well with the chess is that if you complete the submission, that sounds weird. The mission, it just sends you, it like makes you leave, and that's annoying. And I'm like, no, my chest. Oh, why would you give me a dump? Oh right, these things. Far out. I've already forgotten how to play. Not so hot, thank you.
strength surpasses my expectations.
Oh my god. I knew these was coming in. Oh, far out. I feel jerked. Why? Oh, I thought he was down. Yep.
My strength fades. I will take them. Stand aside. I'm sorry. My force is spent.
He's just here to distract me, my goodness.
My apologies.
Oh, I knew there was another one, but I couldn't see it. Sacrifice him to the Dark Magician. Oh, to summon a Dark Magician. Man, I don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore. It's been a long time. Whew. I want to redo.
I cannot die yet. Not here.
This boss fight is actually making me sleepy. Yeah, but I'd rather fight Lubu 10 times over than this. But yeah, I beat Lubu. That's quite the feat. I don't know how many more goes I have in me. I'm gonna do like 2 or 3 more goes after this and then I'm gonna go for the night. Because it's actually making me brain dead. If I wasn't already. Yeah, I said it so that you wouldn't say it. That's how self-depreciation humor works. You say the thing so no one else can say it. Even though it wasn't really humorous, but you catch my drift. Oh, far out. I hit the circle! At least the boss looks kind of cool. Depends what you think cool is. Do you like insanely ridiculous, gross body parts of random things? Cool. I don't know about that one. Fascinating. You don't catch my drift because you can't throw. Is drift involved in throwing? Off-brain Ganon. Ganon. Isn't there another one? I don't know. Let's find the eyeball. Oh yeah, what am I missing about the second phase? Everything and nothing. That's not helpful. Oh, shoot. Barman will help me. What am I missing about the second phase? Wherever he is.
I cannot die yet. Not here. Victory is there for the taking.
Oh! And the second one! Man, there was another one! Guan Yu will help you. Okay. I made a mechanic in the second phase. Apparently I'm missing something? Guess not. I saw it. And that was it. Yeah, missing Guan Yu, I swear. Guys. Okay. Hello? Hey, alright. Just jump on the platforms.
Our enemy is planning something. Beware.
These things?
I have failed. How shameful.
What if he hits them? Ow. Oh wait, my guy got knocked down. I get knocked down. Alright, there you go.
I am in your debt.
Okay. You know, I've been trying to get to a platform
We need to regain our
this whole time. Pick up on the platforms. I kind of get what you mean, though. Yes, but he whacks him away. Get it?
My strength fades.
Indeed. You can aid. Again. These slams, I'm getting hit by every single one of them. Ugh. Could I say another thing that I dislike about this boss fight? It is so loud. And the sound that it makes when you like press the circle and like you avoided the damage or whatever it is, you can barely hear it. There we have another complaint about sound design for this one. I wonder if you can change it. No. It's all in sound effects. Yeah, I don't know what to do with the platforms. Seems a bit too hard. Oh, I didn't do a thing. Your subs are trolls. Well, how did you do it with the platform, sir? Did you just like run on them and then jump on top of them? No, you're a frog. Can't a frog be a sir? Oh, you're saying you're not a sub, you're a frog. Okay, I do not like this view. Lovely. Hello, Zolo. I hope you are doing well. I see them and I'm pressing circle and nothing's happening. Okay, I missed that one too.
We need to regain our momentum.
Where is it? There it is. Is there another one? Scotch Finn! Thank you so much for the 98 months. Thank you. I hope you're well.
I cannot die yet. Not here. I have failed. How shameful.
Hey, Skylar. Oh. Alright, it's too slow. I also didn't realize my guy had fallen down.
I am in your debt.
Alright. I'm starting to realize a special attack. Okay, maybe not that attack. Whoops.
This foe's strength surpasses my expectations. My strength fades.
Ah. It looks like
I let myself be overwhelmed.
so the second phase, it does look like his health goes down quicker. Oh, it's this one. It's not this one. But okay, it worked. I should have used my thing, damn it. My healing thing. Okay. But staying close to him in the second phase. Yeah, maybe. I keep seeing
Our enemy is planning something.
like a lot of just phalanges hanging things on this body, and it's weird.
My expectations.
I did not parry that. Okay. You also, what does it use when you're using your special attacks?
I cannot die yet. Not here.
So you can aid again. Oh, he's gone.
For now.
No, that did not work. Oh, triangle. Oh, that's a triangle's a heavy attack. So the hang on, I'll describe it after this. To use, are you talking about these ones? Or are you talking about this one? Yeah, let me see what holding triangle does. Nothing. Well, I feel like that can work for the first one. Yeah, I get you. Okay. Good plan, good plan. I would love it if my guy would stop getting downed, though. One, you doesn't get down. Probably does, but okay. Yeah. Okay. Didn't get the parry.
I will take them. Stand aside.
I am having slight issues with getting hit by everything.
We need to regain our momentum. I cannot die yet. Not here.
Keep forgetting I should heal. I should heal before I do that. Oh, wrong button.
shameful.
Ugh. There wasn't a third one. Lovely.
This foe's strength surpasses my expectations. My strength fades.
Alright, it's a problem when it comes out like that.
I'm sorry. My force is spent.
I didn't get him?
I am in your debt.
Oh my god, I didn't see it! Ugh. God damn it.
We need to regain our momentum.
I thought I was doing well at the start of this round, and then somehow it just...
My strength fades. Victory is there for the taking.
Oh, did I switch? I swapped weapons.
Sorry.
Joking again.
My force is spent.
This guy needs too much aid, it is ridiculous. Are you looking forward to that Wukong Blacksmith game? Tentatively. I don't really know if it's gonna be good yet. It's like a game from a... I don't know if it's studio, I probably haven't played a game. Yeah.
I cannot die yet. Not here. I have failed. How shameful.
And there's so many other great games as well that's been coming out, especially in this genre.
I let myself be overwhelmed there.
So I'm not really holding my breath for it as well. But if it looks good when it comes out, I'll play it. Liza P. The way you spelled that. Did you play Stellar Blade? I haven't yet. I will eventually, but I didn't play it yet.
I have failed. How shameful.
Dude, how is he down again? And it goes down faster the more time he falls.
In your debt.
I only played the demo, that's right. I didn't think about playing the demo. Didn't get around to it though. How is this one not working? Is that the booby game? Yeah. If it wasn't exclusive, what's it exclusive to? The PlayStation? I'll look at Stellar Blade. I want to play Crab Souls first, but Elden Ring DLC first. So it's like Elden Ring DLC, Crab Souls, and then Stellar Blade. PlayStation exclusive, okay. It's fine for me. It's, yeah, I'm just more like, I only want to buy games on release because they were really expensive. Your spin move sucks, this is triangle. This is my triangle move. So don't use this one? Okay, what about this one? Crab souls look like fun. Yeah, it does. Now I'm kind of mad I got this game before thinking about playing crab souls. This one. No RB. Okay, okay. Love place. Fucking hell. Oh, shit. Okay. Right out the gate. Okay, well, okay. If I go triangle, that did nothing. And you were eating with the other hand? Why is Celebrate making you hungry? It's kind of weird. I'm not gonna use Guan Yu when I haven't even figured out this freaking boss yet. Why would I use Guan Yu? You guys? Just to run out of pots or whatever it is? Oh, it's another one. I don't like using triangle, it's not working. Like, look at it, it's not even moving. This one, at least, this one moved.
This foe's strength surpasses my expectations.
Barman's trolling. He will not solo it. Red. Why do people like changing my lights to red? Yeah, I don't think the heavy attack worked. Didn't you see me using triangle and nothing happening? Maybe I have to try change weapons. Can't think for yourself, bro. I cannot. I'm the streamer. You guys are the backseaters. And why the hell is TikTok doing this to me again?
Shameful.
It's just randomly turning off my goddamn comments.
I let myself be overwhelmed there.
I do not understand why. You're always out of energy?
Stand aside.
Right. Okay, it's back. Oh, fuck's sakes. I hate this boss fight. I want this boss fight to go to die. And I know that's the goal, but I want it to go away. Ugh. It sucks.
Sorry.
Shut up! No, I want it to literally be deleted from the game. It is not worth it. You're so hostile. So is Team Ninja. Let's try right there. I feel like I was doing better before I started doing strats somehow. I don't know. This boss sucks. Whatever, let's go. Okay, after this, I'll do a run with Guan Yu. Okay. Oh, there it is. This Dark Souls? No. That's quite long. Same genre though. Really? Got knocked down again for the 100th time. Okay, this game. This game. I have some, yeah. I think I have like 10.
In your debt.
I don't know how much is a shitload.
This foe's strength surpasses my expectations. Victory is there for the taking! I cannot die yet. Not here!
Oh, that's what we was doing. Yeah. Oh, I missed the parry there.
I have failed. How shameful. I let myself be overwhelmed there. My apologies.
Oh. I was gonna send me some red stuff. Okay. Ow. Son of a bitch! Sorry. For swearing. Not allowed. Who designed this game? Honestly. Why would you do it this way? Why? One could wish that that would count. I didn't do it. It's a two-phaser, Patrick.
Our enemy is planning something. Be wary.
What did I get hit by? Oh. Why do these all show up? Hey, Kyoto. Okay. Wait, by both?
I have failed. How shameful.
Ow.
I must fall back.
Just realized I'm now rolling. When did that happen? This game is crazy looking. Only when they give you boss fights like this. It's not always like this. Oh, okay. Oh, well, bring it out for fun. What are you meant to do when it's like that? Oh, you have to jump up. Ugh. Oh, is that it? This is my last one.
Thank you very much.
But then I said I was gonna do a Guan Yu run.
Lord Yuan Shao is sure to
After
be
all my
pleased as well.
complaints. I mean to say I already had to doubt him once in the second one, which is nice. I was stressing because the second one I was still not used to the movement, and I kept getting hit.
The world's chaos. As one whose only strength is in contemplating the charts of the sky.
Can't believe I did it. I was gonna quit.
Offer you my interpretations of the stars.
It's just the thought of using Guan Yu made me that much stronger.
Place me by your side.
Yeah, the strength of Guan Yu in my brain, I was like, I don't want to use them.
For you. I pray that the stars will offer you their clear guidance in this dark time.
Dude, I really hope that was the worst boss in the game. And by the worst boss, I mean like the worst zone. I don't want something like that ever again.
Thanks to you, the capital is safe. Now, let us get back to the others.
Nah, that wasn't the final boss. I don't know how many more bosses I have.
The coalition has split right in half. It has become meaningless. In the end, people will prioritize their own desires. Friendship and the like are not to be trusted in.
What a pitiful sight.
Master.
Now it's the south. A veil of demonic chi has descended upon Xiangyang. But the elixir remains a pressing concern. Hongjing and I will take care of Dongzhou, leaving you to head to Xiangyang if you're willing.
I obtained a jade. Okay. Is 7? Oh, okay. And we just completed the 4th, I think. So we got 3 more parts left. I did feel like I was about halfway.
Da Chao. Your dear
That's kind of weird.
He does so love his daughter, does he not?
Oh. General Soon is heading into the capital.
What is the meaning of this? Perhaps something has happened. I did see Father talking to a strange Taoist in the capital.
Damn it, Father. He's hiding something. We must hurry after him. Huh? Yes, brother. You're the one who was at Hulao Guan Pass.
Was I just called a brother?
Of you. I am Suen Chuan, the younger son of Suen Jian.
Listen, something troubling is afoot.
This is an ill omen. Could Father have come to harm?
Don't talk nonsense! A tiger is not so simply hunted. Right? Father?
Okay. Let me wrap it up there. You'll like this area. That sounds like sarcasm.
Dad's gone into enemy territory alone. We need to get after him right now. No time for talk.
No time to talk? Well, I'm gonna talk, okay? Right. Yeah. Sarcasm. Oh, we need another couple. Talking? Alright. Yeah, we're gonna chat. I don't know what we're gonna chat about. So tonight was interesting. At least we did, what was it? Lubu. We completed Lubu, and I'm so glad I don't have to be thinking that I have to do that fight that I just did next week. Because that was not a fun boss. It was honestly annoying. I hated it. I don't like it. I definitely am one of those people who prefer... I do not like the big, giant boss fights. I like the ones that where you're fighting someone who's like more similar to you in size. It's your character. I just realized, did me leveling up these make them heavier? Yeah, I like more like Lubu. Like, I'm really excited when I'm like fighting another human. Usually. Like, those are my favorite fights in any... Why'd you tank? Okay. Like, in any of these kind of games, those are usually my favorite fights. Yeah. And I don't mind, like, something else to mix it up. But god, like, that boss fight that just happened, that's, like, the worst. I feel like there's, like, big creatures, like, jumping around or whatever. But, like, they could still be fun. But then you have that, which is just... It felt like it was all over the place. No. I feel like I keep upping the equipment weight. You think the hunter fights were your favorite? You always find it hard to see what the— yeah, exactly. I don't like how when it's really large, and that one in particular, there was a lot of red everywhere. And I found it really hard to see some elements. Which was annoying. Yeah, I mean, it kept pulling, like, the random pulls of whatever it was spewing. They weren't that big of a deal. But the thing I was just like, well, what is the point? Type of deal, yeah. You find it easier to react to faster attacks than big slow ones. Oh, yeah. That foot one took me a while to get used to parrying. And even still, I would miss it. It's like, and that's for any kind of enemy. Any enemy that's like, it's like gonna do like a really big swing. And you're like waiting, and then you always hit it too early. And in this game, like, I've kind of complained about it before, but like I'm sure it's the design. They've mapped the dash as their like parry thing, and like, you know, that's how they're punishing you. If you're spamming that button, well then they're like, well, you're gonna roll then. So it's like the roll is the punish, so you can't separate those two moves, annoyingly. But I hate that. It feels so clunky and annoying. But because when I played Liza P, I feel like I was spamming the block with the parry button sometimes. Like, depending on when it was gonna come, I might like double click it to try to make sure I got it. I'll do that in this game. Anyways. Battlefield puzzle hazards suck. They do. They weren't really that much of a problem, but it just felt like it wasn't. I don't know. It was just a bad fight. That's all. In general, it wasn't great. And I didn't mind, you know, the things they were throwing at you. I liked that, but then there were times where it would depend, because they would make him come at random. I don't know where they were coming from. Those like, with these red stars that were coming at you, they'll come at random areas when it does it, and it's between, it will either give you 1, 2, or 3. But sometimes they'll come at you at the same time, depending on where it started. And I thought that was just stupid. It felt like unfair. I found it very hard to play the mechanic that you're meant to do.